I did it.
Let's try it. So the conversation's not hard. I don't think it's a huge issue. I mean, I still think it's like, hey, somebody broke a leg on the walking track.
Yeah.
That's not part of the lease.
You want to try and see if we're on, see if we're live, seeing
The
the.
OCCF, AM, there's two big.
I think it was a soft, it's really nice.
Yeah, and then like, our street probably.
Well, was it Andy that said our penalty?
To basically, but not. We got a dog.
There's no actual penalty.
But not all.
Well, that's the one.
I'll be back.
So,
There you go.
but we're
Yeah.
trying to figure it out.
Okay.
Sorry. Hey.
Gotcha. Very good.
Yeah.
Agenda.
Yeah, that's been right. You can see on that road. Wow, and.
Here's extra agendas if anybody wants one.
The front,
You were good, yeah.
right,
And then that's, yeah.
get past those out. For that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Street crash.
And I think I was still thinking about a stop with you. It was looking at the issue, see, that's why it's value price. I don't want to. Yeah.
Did you have, you have it? Yes, yes,
Uh,
do that.
I'm on vacation.
Yeah.
You have to sign.
Oh, hey, wait.
And I'm approved.
Yes.
I have one for you.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm.
Yeah,
Did he tell you that?
we talked about it some. There's one. Just change.
Yeah.
And have them.
Not about you could,
Yeah.
you could just say. So I have.
Okay, yeah, I didn't tell you, this is.
What we had to get them. All
Yeah.
the stuff.
It was the number I had
Yeah.
heard, how we handled it previously, but if we want to make any adjustments, like we might be here and we can.
But it makes no difference to me, it's just that it was, you did, you can allow. That.
Yeah.
Also, we want to call me, or let's stand and join in.
You wouldn't know.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you again for an opportunity to be here and discuss business about our community. We ask you to give us wisdom and direction to make decisions that are beneficial for all. Father, this evening we come with sadness in our life right now as our community has lost a friend, a leader, a servant. We lift up the Phelps family to you. We thank you for Tim's devotion to this community and to your kingdom. And Father, may his service and life inspire us to be better servants for this community and for you, and that when our day comes, that we too will hear those words, well done, good and faithful servant. And Father, we thank you that that's possible through Christ, and it's in his name that I pray. Amen. Amen.
Thanks.
All right, great. We have a termination of quorum.
We do have a determination of a quorum with everybody here but Brett and Todd. And Todd was forced to work and Brett unfortunately is otherwise engaged.
Definitely.
And then, of course, Stephen Inc.
Thank you. The approval of the September 2025 minutes. Council have any comments or?
I think we found one. Did we find?
There was one, yeah.
Yeah,
Just in
we
the
found it.
address.
Should have been Fifth Street. Or is that on those minutes or is that on other minutes?
That was at our, yeah, it was at the special meeting, I believe, at corner of Fifth and High versus Fourth and High.
Yeah. Should have been Fifth and High, and I got Fourth. It's on the wrong street. Had to do with the. Might have been Board of Works.
It might have been, to tell you the truth, because it had to do with the potential of crosswalks.
Yeah, I think it was Board of Works.
We're on the wrong minutes.
Yeah,
That's all right.
well, there's been a lot.
Yeah. Right. So that being said, is there any additional to the actual ones that we're discussing? Motion by Lisa to approve the minutes as written.
I'll second.
Second by Cliff, all those in favor,
I,
unanimous, thanks. Mike?
Well, it's that time of year again, quarterly reports. So I'm just gonna have it out to you. I know you guys have a big agenda. If you have questions, let's look for them. But it's for the planning commission, board of zoning appeals, right of way permits, and for the cemetery. I'll go to the next one, unless someone has a question now.
Sir. Is that it, Mike?
Oh, I got.
Thank you very much. All right, it is a quarterly meeting, so heads of departments, Amy, would you like to speak, please?
Sure. So in your package, you have the park quarterly report, looks like this. And I'll just go quickly through some highlighted things. I know you have a long agenda, but we are starting the 31 miles in October. We have over 80 people signed up for that. We did participate in the back to school bash. We had about 300 kids go through that event that was over at, ended up being at the high school because of the weather. A lot of repairs going on. AC units, freezers, refrigerators, ice machines, backflow preventers, lighting, different things. So just lots of different things between the community center and Schroeder. And then Tennis Technology did come back and fix some areas on the pickleball court. And that was free of charge. So that's good. And I said, if you want to look through it and have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amy, on behalf.
Oh my gosh, those are like,
Thank you.
been a minute. And I'm back. All right, I am Amy King. I am the president of Rising Sun Main Street. Before I want to talk about what I've done in the last few months as the president, I really need to thank Monet Bunchbach and Jessica Martini. Those ladies did an amazing thing in a short amount of time by getting us reaccredited. So all my appreciation to them. Since I've been president, I wrote a grant to the Community Foundation for $5,000 for banners on the lamp posts going down Main Street. We got approved up half of that, $2,500. I'm currently writing a grant to the Regional Foundation. And it's from the HWC suggested wayfinding sign, so that's $40,000. Trying to secure matching funds for a DNR small town big tree grant. I also have met with Jeannie Fowler from the Indiana Small Business Development Center, and I have her on schedule to come November 5th to Heritage Hall at 6 p.m. to talk to any local businessmen or entrepreneurs and let them know what Indiana Small Business Development Center can do for them, which is free through the state. Then this is something that I just talked to Skylar from Drug Free. She's doing her one of her first events, a movie on Maine, Hocus Pocus. It's for October 18th. And I understand we probably missed the Board of Works, but she asked if I could ask council if we could just block the street at 8 p.m. once the movie starts. No cars have to be off the street. But just so there's not lights coming down, or when you have kids in the dark, they're just concerned about safety. So I'm sorry for bringing that to you tonight, but we just spoke about it today.
And where is it?
And it would just be a Heritage Hall alley and and then that's it, just that half block.
Half block.
Yeah, just to deter drive-through traffic. during
Cause the
city.
screen will be on Poplar.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be in the grassy place
Oh,
with
okay.
the screen along the building, so they'll actually be looking
Right.
up, so
I think I heard.
lights are coming this way would be not so good.
Yeah, in the green space lots.
Yeah,
Facing,
yeah, so I told her I would ask. Cause it's their event, and this is actually trying to partner with the businesses because they've been staying open late on the third Saturday, so this is coordinating with them as well. Look at us partner. So, and then as a Rising Sun Main Street president, I've been going to the tourism meetings and a quarterly meeting with clerk treasurer and the mayor, EDC and tourism. So, is that okay? They just put those barriers up. Do you guys have to?
I don't
See any problem.
Okay,
No, do we call?
I'd let Tom know,
okay,
you know, so that, you know, they can be a little
They're
more aware
those
down
are on
there.
duty, He won't have an issue.
no, that's good. I didn't want to steer her in the wrong direction. It's been a minute since I've done this stuff.
Stop motion.
Any questions for me?
Probably, yeah.
Probably
Would you
should
like
have
a
a
motion?
motion.
Yeah, let's move to allow that,
A closure.
for the movie.
I'll make that.
I'll second.
By Lisa, second by Dawn. Favor.
Aye.
That's October 8th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then they're requesting it like 8 to 10 PM. It'd be closed.
Okay.
Any questions for me?
Hang her just a minute.
Yeah.
While she's here, since it is a quarterly meeting, there's been multiple discussions about the potential of a Main Street director part-time. And so over the past few months through, Main Street, city, elected officials, Ray and I, and councilman aware as well. They have developed a contract agreement that's basically similar to what was done prior for a part-time employee. And so I've got that together, and I would like to pass copies out to council at this point. And I do want it, that we did address it. And then if there's any questions on it, or we can move forward one way or the other with this.
Yeah.
Andy has reviewed this as well. It's basically similar to what we did before, so.
You got
And would you, I want to say anything about that as far as on the boards being their president on?
Yes,
Your opinions on.
It is needed. However, we understand city's position, so, and what we're asking, it's also a unicorn of a person too, and as the board president, I just want you to know, I really will not recommend or hire anybody if they're not qualified. It's not like we're just gonna shove somebody in there just to say we did it. So it might take a while to find the right person, but, in my opinion, it's really needed. However, I don't have all the physical information you guys have, so.
I'm just considering maybe, having discussions on this and the possibility of doing something after the first year, say.
Yeah.
That gives time to digest it and see how to fund it, or, whatever venue that goes, and give you guys again time to find the possibility of a right fit if council would choose to go this path.
Correct, and I mean, you just have limited staff as it is, cause we're all volunteer, and I mean, I said I will write grants and do whatever, but as far as events and social content, I just don't have the time, or do I think the board members would. So you'll get what you get, but you can get a lot more if you had a future director, so. But thank you for considering it, it is appreciated.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Right. No more department heads, correct? Andy, you have anything, please?
Matt, our lobbyist had mentioned, was he gonna try and come down next month?
He's on the agenda for next.
Yeah, so Matt should be here next month to give us a kind of a preview of what the legislative session will be like. It is a short session coming up next year, but I think with some of the stuff they did this last year, it could still be an eventful session, even though it's a short session.
He
Right,
did say he thought the report would be back from the
Oh, gaming commission
gaming
about
commission.
possible locations, yeah.
I thought November 1st or something like that. So, you know, he was hoping to, he was kind of, that's why he didn't come this month, because he felt that it would be better to come next month and have more information.
year-end council meeting.
These are just loose ends to get us tied up. I did check with Todd, let's call him Scott, his dad.
Right,
And he said he was available the 16th, 17th, or 18th. I mean, it's usually not a long meeting.
no,
And a lot of times we can do it early, like 4 or 5. It's just a tie everything up meeting.
yes, they're usually very brief.
I just wanted to get it on the calendar and get it planned before.
I would opt for the 16th. I have work travel, so.
Makes no
The
difference.
16th. So. Works for me.
So Lisa, the 16th was the only one that works for you, correct?
Yes.
And that'd be okay, yeah, what about you?
Cliff,
open. Whatever works for everybody.
And I do have Dearborn County Commissioners, Board of Commissioners that
Yeah,
evening
you
at
gotta be-
6. I have Dearborn County Board of Commissioners meeting that evening at 6. I don't always come to the closeout meeting, because usually it's just accounting stuff.
It's all.
But
Wait.
just,
yeah,
I do have something.
So we do have quorum at that, and then the other councilman. will
I mean, and we can do it at 4 or 5 o'clock if you guys would rather do it. It's usually, we don't have. It's not usually a meeting that's for anybody but us, me, basically.
We won't add it.
Internal.
Anything to the extra on the agenda.
5 works.
5 work okay for you?
You wanna go ahead and set that then? For December 16th at 5 P.M.,
Works for me.
you're in council meeting. Need a motion to approve that or just do?
Yeah.
Do we?
I believe so.
The only December 16th.
Motion by Lisa, second by Cliff, all those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimous, thanks. 2026 yard sale dates. We're getting ahead of this. Good.
Trying to get our PR out.
That's right. The dates they're listed here, May 5th, 6th, and 7th, and then again, September 24th, 25th, and 26th of 2026.
We don't need predictions for that.
They can't.
They can if they want to.
You can vote on it.
Official.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you might as well.
and can do big loser too if you want.
You can do one motion.
Yeah,
The biggest losers, we've got it listed, January 3rd, 2026 starts, so.
she wanted to start getting that stuff together, so
Right.
she wanted to.
Yeah, you guys, if you choose, could include that in one motion.
I'll move, we approve the dates as they are on the agenda.
Motion by Don,
I'll second.
second by Lisa, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried unanimous, thank you. Before we get into this next item on the agenda, Ms. Sourhay,
Yeah,
and I apologize, you had requested to be on our agenda
yeah,
sometime back, and my office simply forgot.
that's all
So
right.
rather than make you sit till the end of the meeting under miscellaneous, if you'd like to speak briefly, go
Okay.
ahead.
Well, I had a whole thing, but I don't think I'm gonna read it all because I'm really excited that Amy's gonna do Main Street. Because it's really about the lack of trees on Main Street. And the starkness of what it looks like now, and I even took pictures. Tourism uses this picture on their website. Doesn't look like that anymore, It looks like this, and I understand that it might be hard to get trees along Main Street again, but if we could do something, we could get potted trees, like nice, low,
concrete pots, big round pots. We could put like, there's something called a dwarf Alberta spruce. It only gets 8 feet high. We could put evergreens in. We could put them, we can line, we could put, fairy lights for Christmas, we could decorate. It's just, I don't know what's happened. It was a really lovely place and it just seems like it's really gotten real stark and kind of scary looking now, it's very, it is, and there's no shade, there's no greenery, and who would know that would make such a difference, but it does, apparently. As I just took, I found before pictures, which was maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and then now, and it's so different, I mean, I have, and I might give these to Amy, I don't know. Things like this.
There's been a lot of discussion lately amongst council, amongst all our different boards of the appearance of Main Street.
Yeah.
And to even just to freshen it up,
Sure.
facades of the buildings.
Yeah.
As well as, what else.
And that's another thing I noticed, is even the facades, because all we have in this town is our history right now, our little town.
Right.
We moved here 33 years ago from Dallas, and we're like, what an enchanting little town, with this
People love
pretty
to live.
old,
Great.
yeah, the buildings, on Main Street are all from like the 1800s, and, I feel like they deserve something nice, And I put together this little thing about what Main Street is in a town like ours, I mean, everyone has a Main Street, but it's really important in our town. It's where we all go for everything. We go there for music. We go there it was just a parade a couple weeks ago, The kids go there to hang their Christmas ornaments, it's really important. That's all I'm just requesting that you guys think that over and consider it. And like I said, I will volunteer to help do anything. I will trim trees. I will do whatever needs, I'll plan.
And I can tell you with the Main Street group, especially with Amy as president, you have an advocate with that on.
And I feel like she did a good job, and I understand she's doing a pretty good job at the library, so,
Discussions on.
Okay, all right, that's it. Thank you.
I haven't seen the cemetery
I'm working.
area that she's been working on out.
The mums are starting to bloom, but I'm learning things because I have a friend that's a master gardener, and my mums are leggy, but they're pretty, but I'll be working on it. I got it. It's a learning experience too.
Thanks for all that.
Yeah.
Wow, what here?
All right, 2026 contracts. These are our councils. Andy Bodendistel, Pete Johns, Peters Franklin Municipal Consultants, and lobbyist Matt Browse from Ledge Group.
They're all 2026 contracts. And we usually try to get those approved in October, November, so we can move forward. It's been maybe 10 years ago that we decided that all contracts had to come before the council to be approved,
Right.
maybe longer than that,
Been a long time.
so.
And ours are the same, dates just changed. But Pete's here if you wanna grill him, usually he's not here.
I was gonna say.
Three of them are on the edge of their seat.
Right under the bus. Let's see, I know Jeff's here too, so.
Yeah, Jeff's
he's
Yeah,
hiding back
if you
there.
guys have any questions, I mean, you guys are all familiar with all these gentlemen, so.
I can see what you do, I will bring those dates.
Did you move that? Did you make that a motion?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know what you said, I'm sorry.
Do you want to do them all in one fell swoop? Are you guys comfortable with that, or would you?
It's easiest if you don't see any issues with any of
Yeah.
them, rather than individual.
After reviewing them, I move that we approve all of the contracts.
Appreciate it. Motion by Lisa,
I'll second.
second by Dawn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Guys are good. Resolution approving economic development plan. Economic development area, establishment of TIF district. Here to speak, Pete Johns and Jeff Peters.
Think I'll get started and then when it comes to the financial end of it, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Sure.
So this all started, so obviously I'm Pete Johns and I'm here essentially on behalf of redevelopment. There was some discussion about working on future projects around town and what that would look like. As the council folks are aware, you know, we had what is now called John's Place, and then we moved on to the project that was on Second Street. That all started really well before I even got involved with the redevelopment. That was really Gary Kennett and Anthony Smart. They had established what at the time was called an area in need of redevelopment. So there's a few different mechanisms in which a redevelopment can operate. An area in need of redevelopment is one of those mechanisms. The economic development area is another one. We had started to look at, you know, what do we want to do as far as moving forward, try to identify different parcels that might be ripe for development or improvement. And really what we came to the conclusion of is that we didn't have any properties at this point after we'd exhausted the specific economic, areas in need of redevelopment that we've developed. So we kind of ran out of real estate, for lack of a better term. So we started to, I don't want to say maybe early this year, identify different properties that we were interested in. We started to identify what that map might look like. As you can see, it's a fairly large map. The economic development area itself is fairly large. And the purpose of that was just to really, but we're kind of opportunists in a sense where don't really know when or where we're going to be able to try to work on investing dollars for the city. So then through that, obviously we had the courtyard was purchased, and then that we identified that as an opportunity for the TIF. So that's how the discussion for the TIF started. And again, I'll leave that to Jeff to discuss what the finances are on that. But the general idea is that the money that's the revenue from the TIF, we can use within the economic development area to improve, whether it's streetscapes or utilities. You know, there's a laundry list of things that you can use those monies for, as long as they're serving, you know, that TIF area. And we feel like the courtyard is certainly going to be an anchor for this, hopefully an anchor for the community, something that a lot of folks have been wanting for a very long time. And so we're trying to take advantage of that opportunity with that. It was actually a necessity. The redevelopment had to have a designated area to work within. But then it was just kind of, again, it was just kind of opportunity struck where we were able to make these designations. So the redevelopment had established a declaratory resolution along with the economic development plan that was presented to you all in your packet. That includes the map that we are proposing. That was then presented to the Planning Commission for approval. Essentially, the Planning Commission's role is to determine that whether or not the plan conforms with the master plan for the city, which, you know, housing, downtown business, those are all things that we all want to see for the city to help it thrive and continue to thrive. So yeah, that's where we are. We're here now. There is a resolution that's required to be signed by this council. From there will be a confirmatory hearing. At that hearing for redevelopment, there's a specific notice requirement. So we will put on notice all of the taxing units that would be affected. To be an open hearing for all those folks to attend and state their feelings on it. So we're here today asking for council to sign that resolution. I certainly would have questions about the tax impact of all that. With that, I turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Pete.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you. Jeff Peters from Peters Franklin, financial advisor to the city and to the redevelopment commission. A little bit of background on redevelopment commissions, TIF allocation areas, economic development areas in general. These are the opportunities where that city can, again, capture some of this increment, and we'll kind of walk through that calculation. But systematically, what we try and do with redevelopment commissions is to establish, as Pete said, a broad economic development area where you can make these investments in your city. And then to identify properties that are going to develop or that are developing with incentive that you can then set up this allocation area, which becomes a revenue generator to help invest in potentially another part of the area, which leads to another development that then you set up a second allocation area and a third and a fourth and so forth. And if done correctly, you can systematically perpetuate this development, because one of the things you can do with the TIF is collect revenues that otherwise cannot be collected by any of the units of government. So with that, one of the requirements, as Pete talked about, for the confirmatory resolution and public hearing is a tax impact statement. I think you all got this. The front part of it is the text of what I'm going to kind of walk through you with on the graph, because I like to develop these so that they are self-standing. One, they get disseminated to all the underlying units of government. Also for any taxpayers or future reference of units of government that come to you and say, well, what is the impact of your allocation area on my unit of government? You can deliver this. Hopefully it's self-explanatory as they read through it. So if we go to page 6, which is the first one, it kind of looks at a development estimate of what is sitting there today. So for the allocation area, we have these parcels at the top, their base assessed land value and their base improvement value. So the land value today, there is 60,000, the improvements are 388,600. If you establish this allocation area this year and get all that process completed by the end of the year, the base date will be January 1, 2025, 8/26. So you go back to the last assessment date, and that's going to be the base. The base assessed value is what all these underlying units of government today are receiving tax revenue from. And we don't change that. That stays there. So no one as a underlying unit of government loses any tax revenue. What you are looking at capturing is whatever is now developed after January 1, 2025 becomes collected by the Redevelopment Commission, having the same tax rate that sits there today for all the other units or all the other property tax parcels around it. So it's invisible to the taxpayer, but the revenue for all of that incremental growth comes specifically to the Redevelopment Commission to pursue the goals in that economic development plan. So down below, we looked at what potentially would be the assessed value. We looked at some surrounding parcels, talked to the developer about what they're building, retail wise, apartment wise, and talked to the assessor's offices as well. And typically at this stage of a development, the assessors don't want to give you any hard numbers because they can't give them to you at this point. They really don't like to give you soft numbers because they don't want to be pigeonholed into, oh, well, you told us that when you did this. So these are my estimates just based on other parcels around the city. If the development occurs, I think potentially the AV for that entire project is 948,600. So it would give us a potential increment or increase in that assessed value of $500,000. So on the next page, what happens if we elect $500,000 into the TIF district versus letting it actually materialize and go back to the tax base? So in this example of all the local units of government, these are your underlying units: Ohio County, Randolph Township, the school, the library, the city, and the solid waste district. Today, they have these 2025 assessed values. Those are the tax bases for those entities. the tax rate is $2.267, so 2.0267. Of that, there are fixed rate funds at Ohio County in the amount of 1 1/3 cents, and that's probably for their cumulative capital development fund. For the city, you have a 5 cent fixed rate fund, which is your cumulative capital development fund. So we take those out to begin the calculation, then we add them back in at the end. But for this potential $500,000 of TIF AV, if you were to let it fall to the tax base, the rate would fall from the 2.0267 to 2.0224, which is the far right-hand side tax rate. So that's all the change that would occur in the tax rate. Well, if we influence the tax rate, a few things happen. One is there will be fewer properties that qualified for the 1%, 2%, and 3% property tax caps. So therefore, every underlying unit of government in that revenue sharing pool of property taxes will net collect more property tax dollars. Because fewer properties will qualify for the tax caps, that way they will actually pay more of their property tax bill. That amount that we've estimated for you is in the box in the middle of the page. On that $500,000 at that tax rate, we would anticipate it to be about $42. Of that, it proportionately shares based on the property tax rate of each of the underlying units of government versus that total district rate of 2.02 and some change. So for the county, they would net collect another $9, the school 21, the library 1, the city 11. Next page. Page 9. The units of government that have fixed rate funds, the county and the city, if there were to be $500,000 of assessed value materialized there and not be captured into the redevelopment commission, the city's 5 cent rate would apply to that $500,000. The county's 1 1/3 cent rate would apply to that $500,000. So they would pick up additional property tax dollars, and every time we levy $1 of property tax, we have piggyback taxes that follow that in the form of vehicle excise taxes. So when we go to the license branch and you pay for your license plate, that excise tax, it comes back to the taxing district, which is that pool of underlying units of government that provide you services so that your money comes back and supports you through those local units of government. So for the county's example, they would pick up $67 in property tax, $4 in other piggyback taxes for $70 in total. The city would pick up $250 in property tax, 14 in other taxes for a total of $264. The far right-hand side adds back in the circuit breakers. So the total impact for that $500,000 incremental assessed value captured is only $376 for all of those underlying units of government per year. And $275 of that is for the city. We flip to the next page. If the redevelopment commission is allowed to capture that $500,000 on that $2 tax rate, it'll be about $10,000 a year. So there is the benefit for you as a city driving that redevelopment commission revenue, $10,000, or if you don't do it, you know, there's $300 and some that the other units of government benefit of, most of which is you for $275. So would you rather have $10,000 for the redevelopment commission pursuing those goals that are in the economic development plan, or benefit $375 to the other underlying units of government? And that's typically how we look at that. Is these are the drivers to start that process. And hopefully over time, again, if you do it strategically and you have some development, these numbers will just get larger and larger. But that relationship between the impact to the underlying units of government and the revenue to the RDC stay the same. It's very disproportionate. And that's why I always tell people, the only way to collect that amount of money is to utilize the TIF component. You know, some people in the past have said, oh, you know, I really want you to give that money back, or, you know, to the school or to the library, or we don't want you to collect that. But as you can see from the math to it, you can't give it back, because the only way you can collect it and capture it is through the TIF. The other thing that I tell people when you make this decision, particularly as a fiscal body, is this is your 1 year and your opportunity to capture that base where it is today and have the ability to capture these. Every year before June the 15th, the redevelopment commission will make a decision whether they're going to capture that money or not. They can release it back to the tax base if they don't have a use for it or don't want to capture it. So this is your only year to set yourself up to do it, and you can capture it, release it, capture it, release it, however you want over this period of time. If they commit this revenue stream to a debt, whether it be a loan, a lease, bonds, it will expire 25 years after you first pledge that revenue stream. So it does have a lifetime. When it expires, then whatever is there falls back to the tax base of the underlying units of government. So it's self-correcting 25 years down the line. The only way to have this option today is to exercise it in this year. And again, they will have that annual determination that they can make to capture it or give it back. So I always try and encourage people, if you're in doubt, do it, elect it, or, you know, at least set yourself up to collect it. And if you decide you're not going to do it next June, don't. But this is your only opportunity to be in the position to make it happen. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know that's a lot.
If the redevelopment commission, if they don't have a use for it that year, they can bank it
They can.
for a larger project down the road. I mean, it's not like
Yes.
spend it or give it back in a sense.
Correct. They can accumulate it for as long as they want. We have lots of clients that will do that. It's, you know, it's a pay as you go TIF is what we call it. You know, the more money that is accumulated there, the more pressure you get from taxpayers, as you should. You know, why has this money been collected and what's it going to be used for?
There's a use.
Oh, yeah, I've yet to find a community that doesn't have many more uses than they have funds.
And I was saying, are there other, if it's released back, are there restrictions on how it can be spent? If it stays with redevelopment, it goes to continuing to improve properties and so forth, right?
It goes to those restricted purposes within the economic development plan.
Right.
If it gets released, it's just part of the tax base. And the other units of government won't really recognize it, other than they will net collect a few more tax dollars because of the circuit breakers.
Other council, you guys have any comments or questions as well?
Does redevelopment at this point have ideas for using the money down the road?
Well,
You know, some,
one,
I realize they would be kind of rather tentative maybe and kind
It
of
has that-
vague, but what?
that litany of all the projects, and one of the other things I would say that the RDC also has the ability to reimburse the city for projects that you've already undertaken. One, I think, would be the incentives that you've already provided to the project, as well as the county. So this might be partially a recoupment of some of that incentive that was already given.
And just to answer your question, I think that it's pretty difficult to answer that. You know, to be quite honest, and you know, Tim Phelps was kind of our visionary. He would bring a lot of ideas, and so I think we will have to regroup and kind of figure out how we're gonna focus our energy. He did a lot of legwork on a lot of these things, so he'll be sorely missed for the redevelopment commission. You know, the acquisition list that was included in the economic development plan, that was, I think, pretty artfully put together. Mike had a lot to do with that. Just trying to identify underutilized parcels in the community. And you know, we don't have necessarily any specific ideas for those, but that was kind of where we were starting, was just saying, let's look at what properties could use our help and include those on our acquisition list. Now, specific property does not have to be on the acquisition list, but certainly if it's something that we're looking at ahead of time, that's why we include that. And those individuals will be given specific notice when it comes time to do our confirmatory hearing.
I know Tim has came in and never been really happy with his budget allocation or distribution each time. But, you know, so, I mean, you do have to understand that, you know, there is no revenue source for redevelopment. We are them. We are their source. And there's a lot of things that, even as Marie said on Main Street, that are somewhat lagging and need a little vision. Maybe a little paint, a little something, you know. And I think redevelopment has a lot of times felt that their hands were tied. They were there, but they didn't have a budget. You know, even though we funded a lot of the projects, it was hard for them to sometimes feel like that they were just contained somewhat.
I think that's fair, and I think, you know, we've gotten to a point on a lot of projects where we need council to help us out, and as we're always there to do that, so. Certainly would like to spread their wings on their own a little bit more, I think, and just
So the first step, though, that is the resolution, and that's to even take any.
Yeah, so council's step in this process is to do the resolution. As Pete stated, it'll go back to redevelopment, who actually conduct a public hearing, would be the last step. But it is something, as you know, Jeff reviewed, that you'd wanna, if this is what you wanna do, you would wanna do it before the end of the year to capture the base as being this year. You know, as Ray stated, redevelopments are funded by TIF. This is certainly not enough to fund your redevelopment, but it's kind of nice to also have a small one for the first time to go through the process, see how it works out.
Really excited, 10,000.
But I think it's a good one to get started on.
Yeah, because it's not a huge one, well, right, that's true, but it should feel.
And
I agree.
I crunched Jeff's numbers real quick, so you know, the total impact being 376, but 275 of that's the cities, so if you remove the cities. Over 25 years, the impact to the other taxing units is $2,525 over 25 years. But the benefit is 253,000.
I'll move we approve the
So
resolution
2025-12.
2025.
Motion by Don to approve resolution 2025-12.
I'll second.
Second by Cliff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Appreciate that.
thank you all.
Thank you, Pete. Jeff,
Thank you, guys. That was a good presentation.
not really. Can you stay tomorrow and all weekend?
Can I call you?
You can't.
And I'll say, Pete busted, but getting all that stuff done. I've never represented a redevelopment, so I was no help on this, and Pete really stepped
And
up.
Mike
and-
did. Mike did. a lot of it.
Yeah, everybody involved. It's gonna be quite a process. Okay, moving on.
But if I think you signed it. Somebody signed that.
Yeah, that's all right. Let's do that. No, that's okay. That's not the first time.
Yeah.
Another time. In your.
Leave it to me.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
It won't be the last time you do it.
Yeah.
Cause that's all we have to worry about.
Yeah, that's right. That was the first
We
thing that
can
happened.
get another piece. baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
This side.
Right.
That's that.
All right, next item is OCCF termination of fund and transfer.
About that, you did.
Yeah, so Ray, I think this was in your packet, so.
Yeah.
The clerk treasurer's office was contacted by the community foundation, there was a fund, let's see if I can. Was it in part one or part two? Was it in part one or part two, do you remember?
It is in 3. Number 3.
Oh, there it is, right here, yeah. So there was the Rising Sun Arts Council Fund established in October of 2009 with $3,000. It's never had any activity in 16 years. And so the community foundation had reached out to the clerk treasurer's office about maybe closing that and shifting those funds somewhere else. We've done this a couple times. They must be doing some house cleaning.
They are, that's what she said.
So I think Ray sent out an agreement to terminate and transfer that balance. This is what we've used previously. But there were some highlights on there because I think the idea was maybe to have a discussion about where.
Which fund you wanted it to go to, if you wanted it to go to the Arts and Residence Fund or the Teachers Classroom Tools. And the Teachers Classroom Tools is used for my understanding, the entire school teachers, where the Arts and Residence is for art youth. Do you know that?
Yeah, so
Brandon?
the classroom grant, teachers can apply for things that they might need in their classrooms up to $500. And the community foundation will pick which ones they feel like are in most need. And sometimes their awards are under $500 to be able to spread out the wealth as much as they can to other teachers. It's greatly appreciated.
And that could be art or,
So there's 2 different ones. The classroom grant is for just that. And then the artist in residence grants is $10,000 is what it was at one point, and that pays for field trips. So I've drove the buses to these Cincinnati, they're going to the TAP.
I went
or-
today.
Yeah, and some of these kids have never been out of Ohio County, Dearborn County, and when they see the skyscrapers and
They die.
it's crazy. It's like they're in a new world. So that's what that's for. And most of the time it's in somewhere in Cincinnati. Like they get to do Cincinnati, the clay, they get to make their own stuff.
So either one would be good.
Yes, absolutely.
So, or, you know.
Arts and residents.
Yeah.
I had that idea.
So
Thanks,
I-
Brandon, for your input.
No problem at all.
Should be you were here for that.
So,
So, and these 2 funds get funded regularly through community foundation or whatever. This would just be a little
right.
into
Be
one
used,
or the other, or
be used more if you made that decision, it looks like.
Miss King will love to do that. She's the one that handles all the funds.
Right.
She's done a lot for us too.
say, I'm good with either one or splitting the 2, or is it an amount worth splitting?
It's like 3,000, I mean,
Yes.
29.
Just 29 and some change.
Whatever you guys decide. Great.
Yeah. 29.84. 67.
Want to split it? Just divide it down the middle?
Sure.
Half each. Okay, I'll move that we do that.
Good idea.
I'll second.
Motion by Lisa to split the fund to both directions. Second by Don. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, thanks.
Okay, we might have, can we bring this back and get it signed?
It only
The
has to be
problem-
signed by the mayor.
Oh, okay,
So
that's cool,
you can,
because she wants to take it at the end of the month.
Yeah, so if you can clean it up and
This
have the
is
mayor
what
sign it
I'm saying.
and you sign it, and that's good to go.
Good.
Remind me.
You reminded me to sign it. Transfer resolution, Ray, what do you have on that?
I just had a few things I think in MBH that needed to be moved on. Yeah. I moved some 13,775 from salt because we got a pretty good deal on our salt this year. Not that we want any snow, but to health insurance because we added the employee, we knew it was going to increase some there. I moved 500 from salt to equipment repair and 2,000 from gas to equipment repair. I've had a couple issues with one of those pieces of equipment. You might remember what it is. I can't. Begins with a B. Is it a Bobcat or a backhoe? It's one of. I couldn't identify it either, so you know what? It wouldn't matter if it was sitting in front of me. 15,000 from summer help to the new hire labor, so. Just tying that up, that seemed to be the only things. We were having, I think there's a few things in pool, but it just needs moved around. I felt the pool budget did well this year.
Yeah, good, did well.
So
Overall, the pool did well, or it ran smoothly, so. Doesn't always.
I'll move that we approve this transfer.
it's number 13.
20, excuse me, resolution 2025-13.
Yeah.
That was a motion by Lisa to approve that.
I'll second.
Second by Cliff, all those in favor?
Uh,
Unanimous, thanks. All right. And going, school funding,
Oh, let's see. I got these for you, Sue. I gave you one and then I copied these.
okay, did they have copies here?
Yeah, you keep one. And then-
I got one. Let me have one. Mr. Rowe, you come up too, please. You'll want one of these as well.
Great.
Got enough. And then I put the original information in their packets from what Brandon had originally sent the letter back. It's been a while.
All right, so we've had multiple discussions on this and a rather good one last month, and it kind of was on the field council, I do believe that to come to some type of agreement again with the school with a time frame and an amount. So that's where we're at with this. Sandy has put the contract together. There's no specific date on it as at this point. Initially, we contracted in the amount of $150,000 initially, so that can be discussed. So where we're at with this point. Do you have anything first, Andy, on it?
I mean, I know there's been discussion before about, well, is there a specific project or anything like that? If we went that route, that requires an interlocal cooperation agreement and a contract, and it's a little more in depth. The school endowment donation is, we've done previously, I think we did 130 back in 2021, a one-time donation. And that is simpler because there's a statute, it's Indiana Code 20-47-1-3 that specifically authorizes riverboat gaming revenue donations to school endowments.
Right.
So that's why this is just a simpler agreement, because it's something that's specifically addressed in the state statutes.
So you're putting it through the school endowment, because last month when they talked, it was talked that it would go as. Well, when I left, maybe my interpretation was different, but that they would run it in the same process in a sense. The calculation would be on the same calculation as it was
with revenue sharing in a sense. It would be start effective July 1 as a fiscal year and run July 1 through June 30. And it would just be based on the percentage of what we received. It wouldn't be a set amount. Because if you look at the information that was dispersed before, have the amounts for each year, and I mean, it's just based on, like, this year, fiscal year 25, it would have been 139,914.34. Fiscal year 23 would have been 148,
The 150 was just kind of an average of what, and it's decided now, but what would have been in the past 2 years. I believe it was, yeah.
But the agreement says 150, and if we use that calculation, I mean, that just doesn't
Yeah.
matter. I'm just saying
I
that,
understand.
yeah.
You're saying that there won't be, there's not necessarily 150 on a percentage base.
Well, maybe there would be more,
There may be more.
if you looked at the positive side, I mean, there was a few years there, Don, that it was. In 21, it was 180, I mean, so, you take the risk, I guess, but I mean, we've already got the spreadsheet built. It's fairly easy to plop those numbers in and get an accounting out, but that's, I mean, I don't think that they wanted to do an interlocal.
No.
After I talked, it was just a yearly agreement that we would continue to, fund on in that.
When would the amount be calculated? Are you saying it would be at the end of the fiscal year, so June 30th, you would look at the?
Oh, we were supposed to do it quarterly,
Okay.
every quarter. Sometimes it didn't quite happen every quarter. Sometimes it would be 2 quarters, sometimes it might be 4. But if they wanted, somebody, the fire department and came to me and said, hey, we need a little cash, we need $10,000, can you advance me 10,000 and take it off of our revenue sharing? I've done that before. But, for the most part, it should be like it start fiscal year 26 started July 1. So in January, I could pay 2 quarters. And then I could pay a quarter in April and a quarter in July. We have been getting our supplemental in July, but it does not have to be here until September 15th.
And that would be based on what they're bringing.
Yeah.
So it would fluctuate.
Yeah, it definitely, I mean, that's why it was set up that way in a sense, was to, if we made more, they got more. If we made less, they got less.
And this is just a one-time agreement, right? This is just.
But I'm in hopes that we can get back to where it was prior to 2020. Prior to 2020, it did go into an endowment. Starting in 2014, I came to the city council and asked for, at that time, it was going into debt service, and asked for it to go into an endowment that could be used in our education fund. At that point, it was named something differently, to support programs and opportunities for children. So that's my hopes, is that it gets back to a fiscal thing. I do agree. I would prefer it to be on a fiscal cycle, because that allows me to budget better. Because right now, by now I have to have my budget hearing already complete. So having that information sometime in August, September, even earlier would be fantastic. You would have the projections by then, but I know that this would be a year to year, like you guys aren't signing off that this is 20 years in a row, but my hopes is that this could be something that we discuss on a yearly basis.
I believe so too, and as long as funding is okay and we feel like we can, there's always been a number for both of us.
Yeah.
And it does help the school budget. Having a known amount to a point.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm looking here is that you want it to go to the endowment.
if
Discussion.
it's coming from gaming revenue,
What's always came from gaming.
Okay. so to do the simple agreement. From gaming revenue requires by state statute that it go into the endowment. And that was not the case initially. I think initially. They couldn't even directly give gaming revenue to schools, and then there was a change in the legislation, which is when this statute came into place.
So I believe that we did have an interlocal agreement, the interlocal agreement, I went on a yearly basis until 2020, but it was an annual event, but that interlocal agreement allowed the terms to put the money into the endowment, so it was the same method, but there was an agreement so that when we got audited, I could give them that agreement saying, but with this, I would be able to take the minutes from your meeting and do the same exact thing.
I just, like I said, the endowment part, I guess, I just make a check to them. I guess, I just felt like if it's coming from the city, it should come from the city. That's why we changed the law. That's why we had law changed. So that we could give it to the school versus, because like you said, at first, remember the law said, here we are sending checks to the school and it says, oh, no, you can't do that. And we did it for 5 years before they changed it. So, yeah, they knew it. Everybody else was doing it too. So, but they changed that law so that we could give it to the school. But you're saying that would have to be an interlocal then?
Yeah, I think if you wanted to go a different route, we can do that, but it would be interlocal cooperation agreement that's approved by the school board, that's approved by council, and all that, which is fine. I can do that.
It's more, I would be very open to that if we were talking about long-term agreement.
Yeah.
If it's an
There's a
interlocal,
lot of work. The endowment's simpler.
it is, it's just a pass, it's a pass-through is all it is.
So, do you have a particular concern about going to the endowment?
I just thought when we originally talked about this, that we said, we didn't want the money to go back to the foundation and then go to the school. We wanted the money to go to the school. If we wanted to give the money to the school, that's what we wanted to do. But, if that's what you guys have talked about and you decided you wanted to go a different route, that's fine. I don't care.
Nothing's been decided. It's just the fact that Andy was asked to prepare something besides the local agreement that council could consider.
Yeah.
And I think that's what, is that correct, Andy? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I went off of what we did in 21.
Yeah, this
And-
looks
and
like what we did for our
Yeah.
art grants too.
Whatever is the.
the art grants, we ended up having agreements with those that were more
So-
intense, and we funded specific projects. Well, Brandon,
So can I ask?
could you say, like, when it goes to the endowment, then what happens to it?
So first, I wanna make sure that I'm talking the same language, because we have so many endowments and foundations, so when you're saying foundation, I'm not talking about it going through the community foundation and then to us. I'm saying that the school endowment that was made
So
to the
you're
city,
just saying that the check gets cut to the endowment?
same thing that's always happened.
Yes.
Just like we,
That's not what I was looking in here. I thought you were saying you were going to make it be a part of our endowment that we do to the community foundation. Was I the only one that was there, I guess? But,
no, that's
But
not,
I don't-
I don't wanna do that.
Okay.
that's what we wanted.
Okay.
No, I do not.
Discussed that, and said no.
Yeah, mine's the school endowment,
Yeah.
and that's what the pass-through would
Yeah.
be.
Well, the word endowment, it
It's,
just means gift
yes.
by definition. It's.
Yeah, it's written
But if I
as a
give-
one-time donation to the corporation, the school corporation, school endowment.
Yeah, so it's outside of the
Yeah.
community foundation.
But if I give money to the community foundation, it is the community
Yeah.
foundations, it is not the schools.
I agree.
I understand.
So
No,
when
I mean,
when you
like,
said
what if
foundation. I knew
Talking about
exactly.
2,500 and 250,000, you're looking at about the same.
Yes, when you said foundation, I knew we were on different
Yeah.
terminologies.
It's accountable.
Yes.
School
Okay,
is-
so it's one directed to a school endowment.
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
pass
It's-
to-
The same place I've got the check for the past, since we found the issue out with legislation back in 1998.
And we have a school endowment, so the process is, once the money gets deposited into the school endowment, the endowment board has to approve that it gets moved out. The endowment board is myself, Gary Kennett, and Connie Smith. So at that point, Connie writes a check that she's the treasurer, it goes to the school. So that's the process. It's very, very simple, and I definitely prefer that.
Clear to your books.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
And you would not have any trepidation about, like, if we went to the calculations that Ray mentioned versus just a set amount.
So not necessarily, I would. I mean, no, I mean, that's how it's been for forever. It's been based on a percentage.
Until we ended it with the interlocal, then yeah, that's
Yes.
what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it would be easier.
It would be easier for him to probably calculate to say, I know I've got 150.
Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah, set amount, you,
at the same
as a
time,
known number.
I mean, from the, like Ray said, it's a risk reward thing. If this casino decides to relocate, you guys are getting 5% off of that, and you guys have continuously given me a percentage that
Yeah.
benefits the school.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
If it is a set amount of 150, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I know that for the next few years, it's probably gonna be a lower percentage. But I would love to be able to continue this conversation in the future for sure.
they've been holding. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like fairly good.
So
You
at
got-
this point, yeah, you can go two different ways, you can either do a set amount or go to either way. That's up to council. Raise input.
One of my questions, talks about the 2026 calendar year. And then on page 2 on payments, it's one installment, May 31st, 2026. Previously, we were talking about quarterly or,
Yeah, but Andy wasn't here that night, remember? Andy wasn't here, and so he didn't,
okay, well,
and I don't think you
I'm
were.
okay, I wasn't here
Yeah,
either, so.
so-
And
So
I
this
don't,
is-
I don't have an issue with it being a lump sum, I'm just again trying to.
Yeah, however you guys, if you guys wanted to make any, we could handle this the same way we just did the OCCF
100%.
termination agreement, because it's just signed by the mayor and Ray, so if there's any. Like the mayor said, I worked off of what I had on my computer.
Yeah.
And he did, yeah, well, I mean, this has been, just since last month to now, amongst that budget and everything else, but I appreciate him doing what he did in conversations with Mr. Roder to.
If it's a set amount, then the May 31st date, unless there's, has an issue about that amount in one lump sum, if we go to a percentage, I would think it would need to be broken down, or spread out in that quarterly or twice a year kind of thing, so that you know what the amount is,
We were this first year doing the lump sum and then see.
and then evaluate as we go along.
I think just given the unknowns with the casino, but not only just the casino, also Senate Bill 1, which is impacting the school corporation more than the city. I think there's just a lot of unknowns right now.
I would love for a lump sum even before December 31st, and then if we need to do quarterly after that, as a part of our agreement, coming back and discussing. That would benefit our budget the most for sure. And the flexibility of it going through the endowment and back into the school's account at that point gives me the flexibility to use it. To better the kids, instead of needing to use it for a project, I'd rather be able to put it into the classrooms.
So you don't wanna have to come up with a project just to spend money,
Exactly.
especially you're have to tighten up now, everybody.
Yes, everybody, yes.
So I've got it drafted right now as May 31st of next year to be used during the 2026 calendar year. So are you saying your request is that it be paid before the end of this year to be used for the 2025-26 school year?
I would love that.
And I can change that if that's what you guys are fine with.
And we might have to do an additional.
We
I don't know, I didn't print that off, I didn't know that we were gonna, I thought we were doing like we said with Brett, we weren't gonna be distributing anything until January.
Even in January is fine, because then it doesn't
Yeah.
affect your additional, that's
Yeah.
not a problem at all.
And it might be fine, I just have to see it.
January 31, January 2026?
Sure, yeah, that'd be fine. That way you don't have to worry about
If
additional
I
appropriation.
can do it, if you guys say, if I find out, if I look at the funds and say I can do half of it this year, half of it next year, or whatever, you know.
So how would we craft a motion to cover all this?
Well, hold on, let me see. Make me stay on top of this here. Alright, so I've got that 301 change to from 26 calendar year to the 2025-26 school year. And then do we wanna do 2 installments? One by December 31st this year and one by January 31st next year?
That would keep you out of more of a possibility of a transfer resolution probably.
Well, it'd be
Additional.
an additional, so it'd have to be in the.
Say
Yeah,
those
that's-
dates
that's
again.
Ray.
The-
2 installments, one made before December 31st of this year and the other made before January 31st next year.
Now, if it's only $10, you could still meet with you could still meet it, you know what I mean, because then you just pay more in the January. Yeah, that makes sense.
That sound good.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic.
So one in 25 and one in 26.
Yeah.
And a set amount this time. Is that was what you mentioned? Yeah. We started to make that motion, so we got the wording now. Correct?
Yeah, so I think you could do. At least let me see if I can simplify a motion to approve the school endowment donation agreement as modified by council and discussed here.
So moved by Lisa. I'll second. Second by Cliff. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
School board is not, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm glad we figured out that foundation. Thought we were regressing there for a few minutes.
Put money where we can't get it.
Yeah.
I was like Ray. I thought we moved to the foundation. Yeah. I didn't.
I thought we were going to the school.
It makes sense. Yeah, everybody's on the same page. That was good, so it's good. All right, moving right along, Mr. Walcott.
All right, I am here today as president of Cardinal Prosperity Company, with my vice president Ken Caudell and our grant administrator Mary McCarty with Southeastern Indiana Rural
Regional planning.
Regional Planning.
We got quite.
So we made some pretty significant progress since we talked earlier in the year. We have gotten our federal tax exempt status. And I didn't know if Ray or you guys, do you need a copy of that?
I think,
Well, this is what we.
this is
the
what
second
you know.
half. Okay, she gave you all the stuff. I don't know that this was on there, but because that's the federal part. We got that was the part I didn't know I needed when I talked previously. So we've got that. Yeah, so exciting things are happening. If you guys got the email, basically there's several funding sources that we're looking at. The biggest one that we're focused on chiefly is the Oprah funds, which is up to $750,000 for acquisition and remodeling. What you'll see in there in the photo or the drawings is the old bowling alley that it's got the pre and the post. And that's basically the Cadillac version. It's got several classrooms in it, bathrooms in it, kitchen, and other things. There's some 3D renderings as well. And actually we're working with John Kittenbrink, who's Earl Kittenbrink's son, is one of their main architects for the group. They're down in the New Albany area. He offered to come and bring a virtual reality headset that you could actually like walk through the building. And I said, maybe later. I'm not sure how many people suffer from vertigo on those things, but that's our main grant that we're working for. And as we mentioned previously, we would need the assistance of the city as applying for that with us, and we would be a subrecipient of those funds. We have the preliminary proposal in October.
Yeah, I have a timeline, actually, that might be helpful. Yeah, so Oprah's Office of Community Rural Affairs, that's a $750,000 grant. I do have hijack, but we do have just a little bit estimate of kind of the grant process, very simple. It's 2 phases. One is the proposal, which is due October 24th, and we have to just do our best to give them as much information as we can. And then they come back and have a site visit. They come down here and visit the project and talk to us about possible ways that we can improve the project. Making sure we're hitting all threshold issues, and then, so we have to have a public hearing prior to that date on September 24th. If you're following the timeline I just gave you, we're also in the process of doing community survey, just to assess, we kind of know the community's input on that there is a need for a daycare, but a formal survey is part of that grant process. So we're doing that now. I think, what did we say? That was gonna run until October 15th, something like that. And then we'll have another public hearing in December if everything goes accordingly, and the final application due December 19th. Merry Christmas to us putting the application together. Any questions on that process? So as Chris said, the city needs for Okra grant funding, to qualify for that funding, a city, county, or town needs to be the applicant, and then a not-for-profit 501c3 in this case is subrecipient of that funding. So that's kind of how the overview of it. There's a lot to it. It's a federal grant that is filtered through the state of Indiana. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Right now, I think we're trying to work on getting the budget within range of all the funding together. So that's all got to come together by December. But Chris is working really hard, and the board is on that.
Initially, I would defer to my council opinions on.
Well, so, Dr. Wolcott, you said you guys, you did get your nonprofit status?
That's the second one. Yeah, I just got it last week.
Okay.
It's the second, the federal.
Okay,
part.
because it says applicants must be a public or private nonprofit or governmental organizations. And organizations that are not nonprofits or governmental entities may still seek funding through fiscal sponsorship. So I thought when you initially reached out to us, you needed the city's help because you didn't have your tax exempt status yet.
That was for the Interact for Health grant, I believe.
Yes, that was.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So that's one of the matching funding, just, we're
Okay.
looking at Interact for Health as a potential matching funding source, as well as the Rising Sun Regional Foundation. So I think.
Because I think all I
Yeah.
have is the Interact for Health.
But you're saying
Well,
that
the
this one in
Oprah's-
particular needs the city on board with it as well.
The Okra.
Even though you have your not-for-profit.
Yeah. You have, that is a federal requirement that the state adheres to.
Okay.
So the
Yep.
Okra proposal is not yet completed. That's, we only have the proposal. That was from like through. 4 weeks ago. And that's a smaller one. That's a $40,000 one that we are trying to use to get the actually looked at it. It might be a 90-10 match. I'll look at the sheet, but anyway.
It is,
yeah.
this one's 10%.
Yeah, so it's a 90-10 match for the Okra funds, and so by using that, and then as I mentioned in the email as well, the regional foundation, we should, and then if we need additional funds for the architectural work, then we can also do a loan through the nonprofit to finish out whatever.
So if you don't get the Interact for Health, then the city is on the hook for the 10%?
No,
Okay.
nope, it's on our
Did you say that this is the CDB?
CDBG, Community Development Block, yeah. Through Okra
and there's
again,
in that email, there's a link to that site. I couldn't get one that printed off very easily.
and it's their public facilities program.
See any issue with it, Andy?
I know of only one that we've done. And then as a subrecipient, and I don't believe it's operational anymore. But that's just me.
Some examples of what in the community, I mean, in our neighbor communities, we do CDBG a lot for infrastructure, water, sewer, storm drainage, libraries, fire stations. Dillsboro, our Dearborn County received a stellar designation, so Dillsboro's going through that CDBG's Community Development Block Grant funding. So regional planning uses it a lot for our 9 counties. We probably access it most. That's on one of our biggest funding sources. The city is allowed to have 2 of these open at any time, but one has to be under contract before you could apply for another.
So that would be the only risk by the city co-signing, basically, is if they wanted to have 2 out at once before that was gone.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's the only, but it is.
No, it's.
Yeah, there is, Ray, the clerk treasurer, there will be paperwork, that if the project is funded, that money
comes through the city and then it filters to the subrecipient. We walk you through that process with all the paperwork, but it's not just you sign your name, she will have to do, there'll be more work on her department.
And the one that we did was, I believe, the daycare that we did yeah.
You did another daycare? For CDBG?
It's the one sitting up there that the community foundation is in.
Education center.
Yeah. It was originally daycare. Was that open then too?
It's been a few years.
Yeah.
I don't recall that, but I don't.
Yeah, we were gonna have to give back 500,000 and Peg and was it Peg and Debbie? And
Somebody fixed it.
yeah, it was when John Ritter was mayor, we went back and Mike, you remember it, right? He remembers.
Kind of how the
We had
subrecipient,
they wanted us to pay back money. And
because it wasn't being used as a daycare center anymore.
correct,
Yeah.
we didn't meet the numbers. And so we negotiated a deal to make it an educational center. Rather than
Give the money
paying
back.
them back the money, you want to take them off, so they can move that.
Oh. Yeah.
All right, so at this point. Any questions for these people first? I mean, what to present?
Can you come back to us, Chris, at least with when you get the information about funding surveys, that would show me.
Oh, you answer that and I have something I
Yes.
need to say.
They're collecting it all. She's got a QR code and things here, that we're gonna have some of the soccer stuff and some other things and also collect information at the public engagement.
Yes, we will have a public engagement meeting as well.
Yeah.
I don't have that listed on here. Yeah, I do. But it's coming up as well. Sorry.
And what's your time frame at this point on what your intentions are on this whole thing?
What?
Finalized, being able to fly?
I will tell you for the grant proposal, if we don't submit the grant proposal in October, we wait till next year.
That's
So,
pretty close.
Yes, yeah, unfortunately it is. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
There are two funding cycles per year. You're also welcome to look at my website through here. It keeps our grants list of all of the grants that we've done over the last 30 years. And there'll be a lot of Oprah grants on there too, that kind of give you a gauge of similar communities that do these type of projects.
Because what messed us up was it depends on it's site specific when you apply for these things. So we had previously tried to get the German church and then that didn't work out. Then that set the clock and they only do these cycles twice a year. And so then you got to get all your architectural stuff and all
So
your.
that's what's made this so close for the win.
Yeah, because we had to have 2 rounds because we only had one applicant architect first time. And they wanted a bunch of money up front, whether we got the grants or not, which I can't afford. And then we had to go to a second round. We were able to get more applicants and then get the drawings and then get to this and. It's a lot of work.
It is.
Than I ever anticipated, because I'm used to just start a business, pay for it, make it work, it's
Yes.
easy, right? All this grant and government stuff is challenging.
But they kind of do it to make it so that you know that it's solid and that it will pass the smell test when you get through it. They don't just do it just to try to make it hard on you most of the time.
Yeah, no, it's a vetted process for sure. It's been very competitive, it's no guarantee if you apply that you'll get funded either the first time.
And just so you know what the program's gonna look like, so I try to plan pretty conservatively, but with a student body, a starting body of 35 students, I can have 3 full-time adults and have classes Monday through Friday and be above budget. So I think that's very reasonable. I think it's achievable. I think, and this is probably there for that size. And then
What age range?
so we're gonna start out with 3 to 5 or 6. Potty trained first. A lot of that depends on staffing ratios. The younger they are, the higher the amount of staff that you have to have and training and other qualifications for that stuff. So starting that kind of really preschool area, and then move forward as the program grows. And with this size of building, we won't need the whole building initially. And what we're probably gonna have to do is scale back on the remodeling, because their original projection was 2.1 million.
Whoa.
Not happening. So we're trying to scale back where we can and then start with some of it and then move forward. Well, you know, architects, they dream big. So
Brandon, are you still running the daycare?
We run a staff daycare, a 3-year-old preschool.
I just know we had a lot of trouble with staffing. I mean, it was a very difficult project to operate.
Well, I think. So right now, it's just the application.
The proposal.
Just.
Right.
Just, yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is the city wouldn't be bound until they actually executed a grant agreement.
Yeah.
But I
But
think
the
it's,
city's putting their name on,
right, yeah,
Ray Baker Gibson.
that's what. I mean, you guys know your city better than I do.
It's all my fault too, mine and Ray's English.
Yeah,
I keep telling you guys to blame it on me, people don't like attorneys.
at least he hasn't canceled Christmas.
and then we can refuse it at any time too. I mean, until you start collecting money and paying it out. Even if the plan was accepted, like if I can't get the architectural stuff online for.
I, from a legal standpoint, and I haven't seen, the grant agreement. I don't know if it's the way it was before, like when Ray talked about, I don't know if that's still the case, but. The city had a daycare that closed, the school opened one to fill a need. And we have the one. Is there the volume to do two?
Well,
That is a good question.
And I had a conversation with Brandon earlier when we were talking about this and he indicated at the time that there probably would be one, like in that age group, there will be.
The volume.
Additional program.
We have,
Because you guys have that size.
we have 2 4-year-olds and a 3-year-old right now. We do have waiting lists, usually for the programs. When it was free, we always had waiting lists. We did have to start charging, so when we started charging, the wait lists went lower, but there is a wait list, there is a need. I don't know what that looks like.
And all the budget numbers are based on state vouchers, so that would be kind of the lowest funding source that you'd be able to get, and even with those numbers are still accurate.
How do you guys like calculate a potential number, like of what may come here? Is there a way of doing that?
For the daycare?
Yeah.
Daycare is not our, it's our, we help folks get the grant funds and administer grants once they're funded. I will tell you, our agency covers 9 counties. Typically working with our local and economic development organizations, and you've probably heard a lot about Ready. Daycare, childcare is at the top of the list. It's a workforce development issue. It's a family issue.
You do see that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the greatest thing about me having grown children is not have worked as a working mother is daycare side issue. I don't know what your numbers are here. I'm not your daycare expert
No,
other
I
than,
didn't mean.
from a state perspective, it's a crisis kind of for working families, affordability.
Mr. Ray wants to add.
Well, we project based on birth rates, so we look at birth rates over time. You can pull that data really anywhere to see what your numbers are most likely gonna be. I mean, if they're looking at like a voucher system as part of this, there's for sure a market for that. But I mean, I think that's how you predict how many, if you got so many kids born 4 years ago in Ohio County, you have a pretty good estimate of what your numbers will be at this point.
True. Thanks.
So. The CDBG link says. 2025 round 2 proposals are due on Friday, October 24th.
Yeah.
communities are encouraged to submit their applications prior to 4 p.m. on the October 24th, as technical assistance will not be available after that time. But then it says applications are actually not due until Friday, December 19th.
That's correct, but if you don't submit a proposal, you are not eligible. If you don't submit a proposal by the October 24th, you're not in the pot for the December money.
Right,
Yeah.
but does the city have to give an up down on a proposal?
Yes, there's,
Just the proposal?
Yes,
Not the
there-
application?
there is considerable paperwork that has to go in the proposal, yeah. Like what I would need from you tonight would be, and a letter or an email from you saying we've given you permission to apply, you know, submit a proposal on our behalf. For the final application, there's considerable paperwork, a resolution. The resolution is not required at this point. And then, permission for me to conduct the public hearing, if you would decide to
Looks
do
like
that.
a letter from the mayor's office, basically, or from
Yeah.
common council. I would want to vote on it.
Mayor's office, I've got a sample ready, but I could email it to
But
you.
I would want the full support of my council.
Absolutely.
So at this point,
So we're saying we want to do a daycare.
no.
Reason, this list is one of my heels.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing that. Oh. I'm not hearing that.
I am not for stopping progress, so I am interested in this. And I don't see any reason to put a spoke in the wheel right now. If it is not committing the city to any finances or extra work.
Right, I mean, I think if at this point,
Even though we almost had to pay 500,000
Yeah,
back for the
I don't
last.
care about
But-
what happened in the past.
but the city's not gonna be on the hook for anything until the grant agreement is done.
Here, sign that.
I mean, that's just how the process works.
Okay.
Right, we haven't signed any grant agreement, we're just
Yeah,
saying
like
they
that.
tried using us.
And what Okra does if a grant is funded, they do, you know, we could file and help you file annual reports or semi-annual reports. That shows that it's still being operated as a child care center. They may periodically step in, and that's for 5 years after the grant's awarded. Beyond that, if it switches, you would never be on the hook to pay it back. But I'm not the attorney here, but as the applicant, if the subrecipient would fail, if they can't pay it back, it's gonna come back on you.
True.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. Cause I mean, I don't live here and I don't have to get elected here, okay? I'm just saying if the desire of council is to say. We think Dr. Walcott has a good idea and we'd like to help him move forward. At this point, what you're being asked to do is saying, we're okay with him putting in a proposal.
Mhm.
Right.
You're not signing an application yet, you're not signing a grant agreement yet, and I would just ask that the application and maybe a sample grant agreement could be provided to me before our November meeting. So that I can have time to review that, cause I'll say I have not reviewed anything with the CDBG.
And that's a fair request, I think.
Right.
There is a document called a subrecipient agreement that is,
And I know I've seen them a
Yeah,
number of times.
that
in
one
my
might be
years.
it outlines the roles and responsibilities of each entity. That one is something that I can get just a sample document to you. The grant agreement, I would need to get one, Okra doesn't share those with us until I could provide one from another.
I think
Agency.
that's a minute thing, getting the form. I think the bigger part is when I walked in here today, we've had budgets, we've had like fiscal plans, we've had everything. I have not heard one council person say, add in, let's put in a line so that we can support a daycare. Not one. So that's all I'm saying, and that's where I'm coming from. If you guys wanna put in a proposal, you put in a proposal. But like I said, the subrecipient stuff comes to me to do. And I understand that you guys do it because I worked with several of them I worked with, what was her name? You would know it.
Kathy Kelly.
Marie Douch. I worked with
Marie Douch is not from my agency.
Yeah.
I'm
but-
Southeastern Indiana. Marie Douch has never been an employee of Southeastern
So,
Indiana. I don't know.
but
Yeah, she's not.
We did,
You've worked with
we
somebody
went
else.
through that, so, and like I said, it's all up, it's you guys do that, but it's, I think it's just a little what, a little, how come we just get it in October and we have to have it? And I know, I do deadlines all the time. I have to have something, oh, we gotta have it next week. But I mean, this has been going on for a while and nobody has really said, I want, or it appears it's been going on for a while and nobody said, oh yeah, we're gonna support a grant for a daycare and we're gonna preschool and we're gonna do this up here. So, you know,
Yeah,
it's just
But I
not in it's not a part of what's in the budget. So-
correct.
or the fiscal plan or the priority list. So,
It hasn't been discussed by anyone because it really hasn't been brought up till tonight. That was the
Which is-
issue.
I
Yeah.
thought you
And
had,
so that's, so you see, when you ask for something right now,
Sure.
that's always concerning because no one likes to make a rash decision. You know, on the other hand,
I'm just here to
you can't-
offer what's on
yeah,
the-
you guys can't move forward. We're not on the hook till a certain point. That's up to council to decide whether they want to make a quick decision to let it proceed at this point. Or simply not.
I've been aware of the project.
When we came earlier in the year, we talked about the
Yeah.
potential
So this
agreement
is-
and what we
this
were
isn't-
working on.
This isn't surprising.
I didn't have specific
That's
numbers
true.
for you at that time.
Overall,
Correct.
but as far as the initial, like, this is the first time there's been direct discussion
Yeah.
on all the technicalities. of it.
just that we were going
Just- Yeah, right.
just to ask to use our number and that they were doing this, not
But now it came down. to-
would you buy the church for us, in a sense? That was kind of the first question.
It was just candid conversation until now. Now it's at a point where action
Sure.
needs to be taken and it's a very short window. So that's
Well, I'm gonna move that, we allow them to move forward.
okay. So we have, and this is, what's the wording? It's the,
To, a letter of support for the proposal.
right. And then it'll come back, they would have to come back to council again when if the contract is.
Yeah, so, just to kind of walk you through the process. If we submit it, there's paperwork involved in October, November, they'll come and do a site visit. If the numbers align, the other matching funds, then we'll come back in November and December for that, and, for that final application. There's considerable paperwork, a public hearing again for that. So, that's kind of how the process works. And then if the grant is awarded, we would find out January, February. So, I would ask, and just out of my professional responsibilities, because I have a heavy workload with my staff. If you think it's something you don't want to do down the road and you're gonna turn it away, we probably have
I'm
two or,
just taking minutes.
2 or 3 weeks of work involved, of solid time for a couple staff members. If you think, hey, let's wait, let's gamble and see if we get it, and you think you're not gonna wanna accept it, I'd appreciate your candid. I'm sorry to say that, but
Rather than to waste your time if
Yeah.
they think they'll say no.
if you think you're gonna say
Yeah.
no in January, break it to us now and we won't waste everybody, including Chris, but I would ask you for that, please. Yeah.
That's correct. Either way, we do have a standing motion at this point. That's still standing. So. Council, the next step's up to you.
Andy, I think I have to abstain. I'm on the board of directors for this organization.
Yeah. Not many people here.
So if he abstains,
No, it's a majority of the entire board, regardless of abstentions or absences.
Well, then that doesn't leave, if he has to abstain, then that doesn't leave room for vote tonight anyway.
So could you, if it's something you want to do, I mean, you could maybe recess the meeting to another day.
We'd have to schedule, not recess this one necessarily, but schedule a special meeting.
We recessed, so we didn't have to schedule special, but that's fine. We schedule a special. That's the way you want to go.
But you're on the board. That's true, that's great. Well, we've had a long discussion, we can take no action at this point.
And two councilmen.
We're two councilmen short, so I'll be, it wouldn't have been an issue with the abstaining vote.
so where does that, does that just throw it out for
There's a cycle,
This cycle.
there are cycles, so in.
Don can second it, but the vote would be 2-0.
The mayor can, right, well, I guess it has to be a tie.
Okra has
Because I-
two cycles
I
a
mean,
year.
Yeah, I have questions, you know, of the viability. But I don't think we're to point. I mean, I'd like more information, so I would be in favor of moving forward if we were in a position to do that, but. Of gaining more information.
So the next cycle would be when? Like if-
Okra hasn't released their 26 cycle yet, but if it follows history, you're looking at a proposal probably due in April, May, final application in June, you find out in August, and then it's kind of the same cycle we're on right now for second round of next year, which would be October, December. I don't foresee them changing that, but they could.
With Braun and Trump, anything's possible. Braun and Trump, predicting fiscal future is difficult.
Yeah, we're still waiting for dust to settle on how federal change in the budget. There's no way we can tell you exactly how that's gonna pan out right now.
I mean, you could set another meeting, special meeting, if it's just you have to have it by October 24th. I mean, that's 22 days away.
That's, yeah, either way, regardless of what our opinions on it, we can't have a vote tonight anyway. So realizing that, we're at that point, so.
But are we?
Yeah, I would be interested in doing a separate.
You wanna do, I was thinking, can we,
And
the
then
three of us, or do you feel like you can contribute to that even, Cliff?
I don't think I
We
can.
can't, so we can set a special meeting and then we would assume that we would have the other two council members there, even with Cliff having to abstain regardless, so we'd have quorum plus one anyway, normally.
We need one more person.
Right.
Well, do you wanna sit on the special meeting right now and maybe confirm a date with Todd?
Yeah, we need
Because
to.
he's the one that seems to have the hardest.
We need to do that.
And then that way, maybe any information that we can get can also be sent out.
At least council being open to trying to help before the day.
So I would say, Lisa, if you wanted to withdraw your motion and then make a motion to table this.
I would withdraw that motion. Move to table.
Okay, so motion by Lisa to table this.
I'll second.
And Cliff, I think that one you can, tabling that you can vote.
Because you're not taking action, it's just everybody done, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then, again, we'll just have, council will discuss with the two that aren't present especially, and,
Whatever you want, whatever information you need, just let me know.
okay.
I have a couple questions. One, who should I send information to? Do you want me to Ray, to the mayor?
Either way,
Okay.
Ray and you
Okay.
can include my office and Ray on it
Yeah.
both, and then we distribute to council, or you can include council on it as well, if you like.
I can send some information out, to try to answer some questions, not specifically on daycare data, but on the grant process itself.
Anything that comes to the office goes,
Yeah.
council gets it sent to them. anyway.
One thing, and we have tentatively scheduled the public hearing and we have to advertise that, so that's tentatively scheduled. Should we just proceed? I'm just assuming Cardinal would pay for that. Go ahead and advertise. If you don't have the public hearing, you don't have the public hearing, but if you don't have that legal advertisement, it throws you out, so.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
The normal meetings coming up would be November 6th and December 4th. Are the normal meetings. 6 P.M. We were an hour late.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is just an hour late for
Yeah.
me.
So are you okay with us just advertising it, and if it doesn't happen, it
What date
doesn't
are you
happen?
advertising?
I said I gave it you, I had it in here, it's on the sheet, one of the sheets I gave you.
Well, it says December, public hearing number
Oh,
2.
no, public hearing number 1, the 21st, I believe.
It's not on.
I'm
Did I put it on, did I
This
put
is
that on there?
at least on this.
Yeah, I'm only seeing.
So public engagement's gonna be October 14th, 4 P.M. at the
Okay, there's
library.
4 P.M., but
I didn't put the date on, I'm sorry.
October.
The 21st.
So, yeah, the
September.
public engagement, which is where we'll do more of the talking and stuff, is October 14th at 4 P.M. Public Library.
Okay.
The hearing will be a week later on the 21st at 5 P.M. also at the library.
Okay, so there's one October,
So-
what's on October 14th?
So it's a hearing that doesn't have to occur in front of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's a public hearing.
On the 21st. The one on the 14th, it's just for community input.
Anybody can come in, ask questions. We'll have, pictures of the facility and all
Gotcha.
that sort of stuff.
And the
October
21st
20
is at the library too, but
Yeah.
it's a public hearing.
It's official public
And
hearing,
it's
yes.
a public hearing for the daycare project.
Yeah.
But the City of Rising Sun daycare project. So we need to have our meeting before the 21st.
Does that seem right?
I would
I think
think.
the
if
sooner
we're
we
gonna have our-
Yeah. Honestly, if it's not before the 21st, I'm not gonna be able to get the paperwork done. There's just too much to sign and there's too
As soon
much.
as we speak to them basically tomorrow or first of the week.
Okay,
we'll set something
thank
up
you.
soon. We can, the meeting won't take long. We don't have to have anything else on it. So-
I appreciate that. One other issue, switching gears real quick, just as I'm here, our office administers the Ready program for, our region, South, the SEI Ready region. You have the substation project. I know, I think you were on a call with us a couple weeks
Yeah.
ago. I did receive this afternoon updated information on that project from, Guinevere. Haven't had a chance to review it. My goal is to review it and get that submitted hopefully to them for their pre-commitment review tomorrow. So I'm hoping that Guinevere does good paperwork, so I'm not expecting any glitches there, but it should be able to be submitted tomorrow, so. And then after that, the time frame is on State of Indiana, not Mary McCartney, so we'll see when we get an answer back, but just give you an update on that here. So, yeah, appreciate your time.
You too.
Yeah.
Too. No, appreciate it. OCCF honor and memorial donation.
That is, basically we had discussed putting that on there to, make a memorial for Tim.
Yes.
But, when I have since then talked to the class of 84 and, they want to talk, with the casino. And they've talked to some others and think that there's a possibility to set up a scholarship that they could pretty much fund fairly quickly. So I guess what we would like to do is maybe if there's an amount that you guys would want to consider in Tim's honor and memorial, then maybe we could work with them, kind of like we did with David on the scholarship up at the Community Foundation.
Right.
I believe they have over maybe the 5,000. But, if we were, I think that's what it takes to to
That's
automatically hit the endowment level. So if I was just thinking, if you guys wanted to give me a number, if 500, 1,000, whatever the number is, we could give our portion to the scholarship fund versus the honored and memorial endowment. But that's up to you guys. If you guys want to wait, since you're gonna have another meeting. it's
I
fine.
think given his involvement in this community and love of this town, at least $2,500, anything less is insulting.
I think that's about what we gave Fred Ross. So,
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a
I'll
motion.
second.
2,500, motion by Cliff, second by Lisa, and all of,
It goes to the
Goes
scholarship
to
rather than our regular.
if they get this done,
Yeah,
if
they
not,
get it done.
so.
all in favor on that.
Aye.
Thanks. Good. Important dates, next Board of Works meeting be Thursday, October 30th. 4 p.m. November council meeting, November 6th, 6 p.m. Christmas party at Rising Star Casino, December 5th.
Art's coming. We haven't got that far. We didn't even get a memo yet.
I think Crystal's little disco.
Daddy.
Wasn't her
Right.
burned up, so we got, we're getting.
Little
some-
later. No, but on the way, yes, he plays it.
The kids like it.
Merry Little Christmas, that's tourism project, Saturday, December 13th. Is there a time on that? Is it a certain thing?
No, I don't. I just noted.
Just know it's that
those-
Saturday.
I noted those items and.
Any miscellaneous items? Please don't have many.
That's my judgment.
No kidding. You guys do need to, look at the claims. I'm sure you already have. Well, is there a motion to approve the claims?
I'll make that motion.
Moved by Lisa to approve the claims, second by Don. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any comments from the public? Anyone else we've missed?
Lisa and Don.
Signing the claims will be finished, and I ask for a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
By Don to adjourn,
I'll second.
second by Lisa. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you. See you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You.
Bedtime.
Bedtime.
Long meeting for everybody.
So you'll get.
Legs are still-
Yeah, figure out a
Legs are asleep.
date and let us.
Soon, like we'll work on tomorrow.
Tell the coffee
You're
people
listening
to
to
get a
that
permit.
first.
Pardon me? Tell the
Yeah,
coffee people to get a
yeah.
permit.
We'll get.
I gave it to the person that was kind of putting it on.
They'll probably come over to us.
Thank you.
Next.
You guys.
Thanks.
Big decision. There's three of you too. That's not always easy.
Yeah,
It's.
let's see. Rewatching.
Well, and there was legislation.
I go up here.
Oh. Shut it down.
Is that the right one? Sign out.
Yes. Cool.
We're
We're
off.
used to it now, you know.
There was
you don't
legislation
even
this last
think about
session
being
that's
still,
taken.
How do you?
I think it's gonna completely nullify our ordinance because I think it's the health department to take care of stuff like that.
What's that?
On the mobile food trucks.
Oh, really?
Well, we'll never have any, cause what's her name?
No, I told Mike the
She-
coffee truck needed one.
Oh, I do. I told him, not yet. We're on our way to get coffee. So, but yeah, no, she's
She what?
Amy's pretty strict.
Oh.
The new-
Yeah, we'll never have any,
That,
we'll never have
He
a
was-
food
We're not
vendor.
still being.
she was married, is that the one that was married to Holt?
No, oh, this ain't.
That
it.
is-
Yeah.
She was our Main Street director.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had somebody come to my office, this is back when I was doing
She's
PD
one of the
work.
members.
She's like, well, I'm friends with Holt Hoffman, he's an attorney, just not here, and I was like,
No,
he's
not
not an
yet.
attorney anywhere.
Well, the other thing is you could see, so the meetings are gonna be at the library, so you know, that's why Amy stayed. And that's why Lisa's for it. Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's,